Hello, travelers. Professor GreyTail here. I know that you have already learned much about our magical world, where good and evil intertwine their wands in an eternal dance. But I am certain I can still surprise you. Night had settled over London like a soft woolen cloak, muffling the noise of the city far above the Ministry of Magic. Deep underground, where the halls were lit by steady blue flames and the air hummed faintly with restless enchantments, Hermione Granger hurried along a quiet corridor. Her footsteps echoed with purpose. She had been summoned only an hour earlier, an urgent request delivered by Owl, bearing the seal of the Department of Mysteries. She had not expected to return to that place so soon in her career. Even years after the Battle of Hogwarts, the department remained shrouded in the same unsettling stillness, its secrets preserved behind whispers and locked doors. But something had gone wrong, something that required her specifically. Waiting for her outside the black circular chamber was Saul Beddington, a lead unspeakable, whose lined face was always unreadable. Tonight, however, his eyes held the strain of sleepless worry. "You came quickly," he said, offering a tight nod. "Your message said a disturbance," Hermione replied. "Of what kind?" The walls trembled faintly, answering for him. A pulse of magic rippled through the stone, brief but powerful enough that Hermione felt her skin prickle beneath her robes. "That kind," Beddington murmured. "It began at dawn, and it hasn't stopped." He led her into the circular chamber, the room whose walls spun like a turning wheel when commanded. But tonight, the walls were still, as if even the enchantments were waiting. Hermione inhaled deeply. The air smelled faintly of lightning. "As you know," Beddington began carefully, "there are rooms here that even we do not enter. One of them lies at the end of the third corridor. For centuries it has remained sealed. No key, no hinges, no handle. A door meant never to open." Hermione's mind leapt back to her 5th year, to the battle waged here, one of the most terrifying nights of her life. She remembered the corridor lined with black doors, each concealing magic too deep or dangerous for ordinary witches and wizards. But one door had always been different. A simple door, plain wood, no handle, untouched by time. "The surge comes from there?" she asked quietly. Beddington nodded. "And something more troubling, an unspeakable, has vanished. Arlen Price, assigned to monitor the time room. He was on shift when the first surge struck. The security recordings show a flash of gold light, and then nothing." Hermione felt a chill coil around her spine. "You think he was taken?" "We do not know," Beddington said, "but the disturbances worsened after he disappeared." They approached the corridor. It was dimmer than the others, the torches thinner, their flames flickering as if in a draught. Hermione felt the magic long before she saw the door, a deep thrum like a heartbeat beneath the earth. At the end of the hall stood the door without a handle. It looked exactly as she remembered. No lock, no seams, nothing but an expanse of dark wood. Yet tonight, the wood glowed faintly from within, as though something on the other side had awakened after a long sleep. Hermione stepped closer, her breath held. The glow pulsed, once, twice, quiet as a sigh. "Have you touched it?" she whispered. "Of course not. No one should. The enchantments around it are older than the Ministry itself. We monitor, but we do not interfere." Hermione raised her wand, murmuring a detection charm. The spell quivered in the air, tangled in forces she could not read. She drew back, unsettled. "What do you need from me?" she asked. "We need answers," Beddington replied, "and we need discretion. You have a gift for seeing patterns others overlook. And," he hesitated, "you have experience with magic that defies ordinary study." Hermione did not need him to explain. She bore the memory of a prophecy room exploding, of voices whispering from behind sealed barriers, of time itself collapsing into chaos. She had seen the department at its worst. "All right," she said, "I'll help, but I want Harry and Ron brought in. If something is waking behind that door, I won't face it alone." Beddington frowned, but only briefly. "Potter has clearance. We can bring him. Weasley, we'll make arrangements." Hermione nodded gratefully. She turned back to the glowing door, her pulse matching its rhythm. "What do you think is inside?" she asked softly. Beddington's answer came after a long, uneasy silence. "Something that should never be disturbed." The corridor darkened, as if a shadow passed beneath the torchlight. Hermione felt a tug, an almost magnetic pull inviting her closer. She forced herself to step back. There was no breeze, no movement, and yet the faint glow dimmed, then strengthened, as though the door itself were breathing. Hermione swallowed hard. Whatever lay beyond that wood was not merely waking. It was listening, and it had noticed her arrival. Hermione returned home long after midnight, though sleep refused to claim her. The memory of the door's pulse lingered in her thoughts, steady, deliberate, almost aware. She lay awake until dawn brushed pale light across her windows, then rose with a resolve as sharp as dragon glass. She sent owls at once, summoning Harry and Ron to the Ministry by noon. By the time they arrived, the day above London was bright and wind-stirred, a strange contrast to the shadowed depths Hermione now guided them through. They descended into the hidden corridors beneath the Ministry, torches flickering in their wake. Ron's eyes darted from one ebony door to another. "I told myself I'd never come back down here," he muttered. "Blimey, even the air feels like it's holding its breath." Harry said nothing at first. His gaze was steady, serious, the gaze Hermione knew well. He had felt the tension in her letter. He had come prepared. "What's happened?" he asked, as soon as they were alone in a quiet passage. "Your message sounded urgent." "Because it is," Hermione replied. "Something in the department has awakened. A sealed door is glowing with magic no one can interpret. An unspeakable has vanished, and the pulses, the magical surges, they're growing stronger." Ron frowned. "Another cursed artifact? Some ancient wizard trying to be clever?" "I don't think so," Hermione said. "This is older, deeper, and I think someone is tampering with it from inside the Ministry." They reached the circular chamber. The great doors around its edge shimmered, still and dark, like the surface of a frozen lake. The three stepped inside, and at Hermione's command, the room spun until the entrance to the third corridor faced them. The corridor felt colder today, as if the stone itself had absorbed the tension of the past hours. Harry slowed, wand ready. Ron stuck close behind him, eyes narrowed. Then they saw the glow. It spilled faintly across the far wall, warm golden light that seemed to pulse through the seams between stone blocks. The door, without a handle, shone brighter than before, a soft radiance breathing through the wood like an ember nested in the heart of a dying fire. Ron exhaled in awe. "That was not shining like that last time we came here." Hermione nodded grimly. "It's growing stronger, and the ripples are spreading across the time room. The clocks are slowing and speeding at random." Harry stepped forward. "Has anyone tried getting Price back, or checking traces of magic where he vanished?" "They tried everything," Hermione replied. and no spell behaves normally around that room anymore. It's as if time is folding in on itself. A low rumble shook the corridor. Dust drifted down from the ceiling. The light from the door flared suddenly, too bright to be natural. Hermione shielded her eyes. Something had changed. Harry reached toward the wood, not touching, but close enough to feel the heat radiating from it. "Hermione," he murmured, "this isn't a waking spell. It feels like a warning." Before she could answer, a voice rang down the hall. "Step away from the door." Beddington strode toward them, robes swirling, his expression stern. "We agreed you would observe, not interfere." "We haven't touched it," Hermione said sharply, "and we need to understand what's causing these surges." Beddington's gaze flickered toward the glowing wood. "The department has existed since the earliest days of wizarding governance, long before the ministry was built above it. And for as long as the department has existed, that door has been guarded, never opened, never questioned." His voice lowered. "All who attempted to breach it did not survive the attempt." Ron paled. "Well, that's comforting." Beddington continued as if he had not heard. "The magic behind it belongs to an age when wizards shaped forces beyond comprehension. We only preserve what remains. We do not awake it." But Hermione had seen something in his face, a tightness around the eyes, a shadow of fear that ran deeper than professional caution. "You're hiding something," she said. He stiffened. "I have told you all you need to know." "No," Hermione replied softly, stepping closer. "You haven't told us why the pulses grow stronger, or why Price vanished without a trace, or why the enchantments that should never change are suddenly shifting." Harry added, "or why someone would risk approaching something so dangerous." Beddington's jaw tightened. For a heartbeat, he seemed ready to dismiss them. Then a tremor shook the corridor again, sharper this time. The torch flames guttered. The glow from the door flared once more, but differently now. Not a steady pulse, but a sudden burst, as though reacting to the rising voices. A thin, crackling line of light spread across the surface of the door. Hermione gasped. Ron stumbled back, bumping into Harry. "That's new," Harry breathed. Beddington stared, horror etched across his features. "No. Impossible." The crack brightened, shimmering like molten gold, though the wood itself did not burn. It spidered outward, forming a pattern, delicate, intricate, like the veins of a leaf. Hermione felt the magic pressing outward, straining. "It's trying to open," she whispered. "No," Beddington said, voice shaking. "It cannot. The wards are failing," Harry said. A gust of wind rushed from beneath the door, though no gap existed. Papers flew, and Ron yelped as his cloak snapped like a banner caught in a storm. Hermione raised her wand, heart pounding. "What's inside that door, Beddington? Tell us." He looked at her then, truly looked, and the fear in his eyes told her the truth before he spoke. "A force untouched since the dawn of magic," he said. "A force that shapes fate itself. If the door opens, the very laws that bind our world may unravel." The corridor trembled yet again. The golden cracks blazed brighter, and Hermione realized with chilling clarity, something, or someone, was no longer contained, and someone within the ministry might have helped it awaken. The golden cracks upon the door's surface shimmered like living threads, weaving themselves into shapes neither natural nor crafted by wizard hands. The corridor darkened as though shadows gathered to witness the awakening. Hermione tightened her grip on her wand, feeling the air draw taut, charged with the weight of ancient enchantments stirring from slumber. "We must seal the corridor," Beddington said urgently. "Now, before the surge grows beyond control." But even as he spoke, the torches guttered out one by one, their flames snuffed by an unseen force. A low hum rose from the door, deep and resonant, vibrating through the stones beneath their feet. Ron's voice wavered. "Hermione, that sound, what does it mean?" "It means the door is preparing to open," she whispered. A sudden blast of wind struck them. Hermione stumbled back, robes whipping around her legs. The force did not push from the door, but toward it, pulling them closer as though the magic behind the wood were drawing breath. Harry dug his heels into the ground, grabbing Ron's sleeve. "Something is pulling us in." Beddington brandished his wand. "Stand firm, resist the draw." But the pull strengthened, and Hermione felt the enchantment brushing against her mind, curious, searching, as if seeking a thread to anchor itself to. She fought the sensation, pushing back with all the discipline she had honed over years of magical study. Then, as suddenly as it had come, the pull vanished. The corridor fell utterly silent, save for the faint crackle of gold across the wood. Hermione caught her breath, heart racing. Harry looked to Beddington. "There's more you haven't told us." The unspeakable's shoulders sagged with weary resignation. "There is a chamber beyond that door, created before wizards learned to shape magic with wands. It holds something older than prophecy, older than time-turners or the veil. A power meant only to be watched, never touched." Ron muttered, "Brilliant, truly brilliant, and someone has just stirred it awake." Beddington nodded grimly. "We believe someone breached the wards from within the department, a traitor, and the missing unspeakable, Price, may have been taken to silence him. Whatever is awakening behind that door reacts to thought, intent, even fear." Harry stepped closer to the door, gaze unwavering. "If it reacts to intent, someone wants it to open." Hermione felt a cold dread settle in her stomach. "We must find who, and we must find Price before the magic consumes him, or us." A sudden clang echoed down the corridor, sharp as metal striking stone. All four spun around, wands lifted. From the depths of the circular chamber came hurried footsteps, light, swift, and uneven, as though their owner fled from something unseen. A young witch burst into view, her unspeakable's mask dangling from her hand. Her chest heaved with panicked breaths. "Help!" she gasped. He's... Before she could finish, a second tremor rattled the walls. The torches flickered violently, beams of light dancing. Hermione rushed forward, steadying the trembling witch. "What happened? Speak." The girl swallowed hard. "The time room, its clocks shattered. A storm of light tore through it. Price appeared, only for a heartbeat. Then the storm pulled him back." Beddington blanched. "If the time room is collapsing, then the breach is spreading," Hermione finished. The young witch shook her head desperately. "There was something else. Before Price vanished again, he said a name, warned us. He said, 'Someone has returned. Someone we thought gone forever.'" "Who?" Harry demanded. But before the girl could answer, the door behind them emitted a low groan, like wood stretching for the first time in centuries. A sliver of pure gold split down the center. Ron nearly dropped his wand. "It's opening." Hermione felt the air compress, the pull returning, but gentler now, coaxing rather than demanding. She stood firm, though her pulse raced. Beddington whispered, "If it opens fully, the chamber's power will spill out. None alive can control it." Hermione turned to Harry and Ron. "We cannot let it open, but we cannot seal it until we know who is tampering with the wards." Harry nodded. Then we must go to the time room. If Price left a message, it will be there. Beddington hesitated, torn between duty and fear. Then he gave a sharp nod. Very well, but be warned, the corridor between chambers is unstable. Reality bends there now. Stay close. Do not trust what you see. They moved swiftly back toward the circular chamber, boots striking the trembling stone floor. The young witch followed, shaken but steadying with each step. Ron glanced over his shoulder. Do you think that thing behind the door knows we're leaving? Hermione did not want to answer. But the faint pulse of golden light on the walls, throbbing like a heartbeat, seemed to follow them as they went. When they reached the entrance to the time room corridor, a cold gust swept past them, carrying the scent of dust and something sharper, like lightning in a storm. The corridor ahead flickered. For an instant, Hermione saw a familiar figure standing in the shadows, a tall man in dark robes, his face half hidden. A face she had seen only in nightmares drawn from old battles. She froze. Harry stepped beside her. Hermione? What is it? But when she blinked, the figure vanished, leaving only empty stone and drifting dust. Nothing, she whispered. A trick of the light. Yet the vision had been too clear, too vivid, and a terrible thought crept into her mind. If the chamber beyond the handleless door could twist time, memory, and magic, who else might it echo into being? The hum of the door deepened behind them, resonant as thunder beneath the earth. And Hermione feared the answer might soon step out of the shadows and into their path. The corridor leading to the time room stretched ahead like a long stone throat, flickering with unstable light. Shadows wavered along the walls as if alive, stirred by the unseen currents of distorted time. Hermione led the way, wand raised, her steps brisk but cautious. The others followed close behind, their silhouettes long and wavering upon the trembling floor. A gust of cold wind swept down the passage. It carried whispers, soft, fleeting, impossible to understand. Ron shivered. This place was eerie enough last time. Why does it feel like the castle corridors in a storm? Harry kept his wand lifted, eyes narrowed. Because the wards are coming undone. When time magic breaks, everything feels wrong. They reached the archway that opened into the time room. The great clocks that once floated in slow, graceful loops now spun wildly or lay shattered upon the floor. Gears as small as raindrops tinkled across the stones like bits of falling hail. Light, golden, fractured, chaotic, spiraled through the air, twisting like living ribbons. Hermione paused, steadying her breath. She could feel the echo of the surge that had torn through this place. It thrummed like a distant drumbeat beneath her feet. Beddington stepped forward, horror etched deeply in his features. The heart of the department is unraveling. Ron pointed to the center of the chamber. Look! Near the far wall, a strange shimmer pulsed, a wavering oval, like a door made of smoke and sunlight. The edges frayed and reformed endlessly, as though time itself were stitched and unstitched in a single heartbeat. That must be where Price vanished, Harry murmured. Hermione moved closer. The shimmer distorted the air around it, bending it like heated glass. Images flashed inside, blurry, swift, like glimpses through a broken mirror. A man's silhouette appeared, reaching forward, then dissolved into golden dust. The young unspeakable who had fled earlier stepped back in fear. That is what we saw. He appeared there for barely a moment before the storm reclaimed him. Hermione knelt, drawing a slow breath as she examined the shifting rift. This is a temporal fracture. a tear between moments. If Price is trapped, he may be drifting between instants, unable to anchor himself. Ron grimaced. "Can we pull him out?" "Not yet," Hermione said. "We must understand what caused this." Another surge trembled through the chamber, this one stronger. Hermione gripped the floor to steady herself. The spiral of golden light shivered violently, and a fragment broke away from the rift, falling like a glowing feather. Harry caught it before it touched the ground. The fragment dissolved instantly, leaving behind a faint echo. Soft words, ghost-like. Hermione leaned closer. What did it say? Harry's face darkened. A name. The chamber grew still, listening. Hermione asked quietly, "Whose name?" Harry's hand closed into a fist. He said, "Malfoy." Ron's eyes widened. "What? Malfoy? You don't think—" "Not Draco," Hermione said shakenly. "It must mean another Malfoy." Or, Beddington interrupted sharply, "Lysandra Malfoy." Harry turned. "Who?" "She served the department over 60 years ago," Beddington said grimly. "A brilliant witch, obsessed with the ancient magic sealed in the department. She researched the impossible, doors that opened without touch, magic that answered to thought alone. She vanished after attempting to study that very door." Hermione paled. "Vanished? As Price has?" "No," Beddington said quietly. "Her body was found days later, but her mind never returned. She spoke in riddles, claimed she had seen the world before magic itself. She never recovered." The young unspeakable shuddered. "Records say she warned that one day the door would wake." Harry stepped toward the rift, determination in his eyes. "If Price used his last strength to warn us of her name, then someone is following her work. Someone inside the ministry." Hermione nodded slowly. "And they're forcing the door to open." Suddenly the rift flared with blinding brilliance. A figure burst forth. A man hurled through time like a stone cast from a sling. He struck the floor with a heavy thud. "Price!" Hermione cried. Harry and Ron rushed to him. The man gasped for air, his robe scorched, his skin shimmering faintly with leftover magic. His eyes fluttered open, wild with fear. "Close the door," he rasped. Hermione leaned close. "Who is doing this? Who opened the wards?" Price's hand trembled as he lifted it. He pointed weakly toward the corridor behind them. "Not Malfoy, but her disciple." Before Hermione could ask more, another surge tore through the room. The rift snapped open like a hungry mouth, pulling at everything. Papers, gears, even stones. Torches flared and died. The wind roared around them. "Take him!" Harry shouted. "We must get out before the room collapses." Ron lifted Price's arm over his shoulder. Hermione cast a stabilizing charm around them, though the magic flickered, struggling to hold. The rift expanded, crackling with raw time. Beddington yelled, "The time room cannot withstand another surge! Move!" They fled into the corridor just as the doorway behind them erupted with golden light. The shockwave sent them stumbling forward. The young unspeakable cried out as debris rained down. Hermione turned back in horror. The time room's great archway cracked from floor to ceiling, and from deep within, an echoing hum rose, a sound that vibrated with ancient purpose, the same sound she had heard behind the handleless door. Harry reached her side. The power behind the door, it's spreading. Hermione felt cold dread settle in her chest. No, it's reaching for something, or someone. Behind them, Price, barely conscious, whispered one final name, so soft it barely carried through the dust-filled air. But Hermione heard it, and her blood ran cold, for it was a name she thought buried with the darkest days of the past. a name that should never again have cause to stir. And yet, here, in the trembling depths of the department, its shadow had begun to rise. The corridor trembled long after the time room had fallen silent, humming with the remnants of shattered timelines and scattered moments. Dust drifted from the ceiling in thin, ghostly veils. Hermione pressed a steadying hand against the wall, her heart pacing quickly, her breath uneven. Price's whispered name echoed in her thoughts. Ominous, impossible, yet spoken with the last of his strength. Ron adjusted his hold on the weakened unspeakable. He's barely staying conscious. Hermione, we need to get him somewhere safe. Yes, she said, forcing calm into her voice. Beddington, is there an isolation chamber intact? 2 floors down, the elder wizard replied. He looked older now, his confidence shaken by the collapse of the time room. But the pathways are unstable. Magic is twisting through the foundations. Harry stepped forward. Then we'll make them stable. Lead the way. They moved carefully through the maze-like corridors, passing doors that groaned softly, as if aware of the storm gathering in the depths of the department. The stones beneath their feet pulsed faintly, echoing the heartbeat of the handleless door far behind them. Price stirred. Hermione knelt beside him, offering her hand. His eyes flickered open, haunted and unsteady. Tell us again, she urged quietly. Whose name did you speak? His breath rattled, but he forced the word out once more. Selwyn? Harry stiffened. Ron muttered a curse under his breath. Hermione's thoughts raced. The Selwyn family were supporters of the Dark Lord, but most of them were imprisoned or fled after the war. Price shook his head weakly. Not all. One remained. A scholar, obsessed with the ancient chambers. A woman who believed Lysandra Malfoy discovered the key to shaping fate. Beddington's expression darkened. Magdalena Selwyn. She vanished from the ministry decades ago. We believed her dead. She is not dead, Price whispered, wincing. She walks the department still, wearing a mask, passing unnoticed. She seeks to open the door, to command what lies beyond. Another tremor shook the corridor. Hermione grasped Price's shoulder to keep him steady. Why? What does she hope to find? Price's eyes fixed on hers, sharp with the urgency of a dying man. Power, not of spells, but of destiny itself. The chamber behind that door holds the first magic, the raw force woven into creation. No one may wield it and remain whole. Ron paled. Then she's mad. Hermione nodded. Madness often grows from obsession. They resumed their journey, the ground beneath them shifting subtly, as though the department itself had begun to drift out of alignment with the world above. Flickering torches cast long shadows that stretched ahead like dark fingers. At last, they reached a reinforced stone arch that led into one of the deeper chambers. Beddington touched his wand to the keystone. Runes flared, then dissolved, allowing the heavy door to swing open. Inside, the room was barren save for a single low cot and a ring of warding symbols etched into the floor. Ron eased Price onto the cot. Hermione began reinforcing the wards, weaving stabilizing charms through the existing lines of magic. Harry looked to Beddington. If Selwyn hides among the unspeakables, we need to know who is missing. Beddington swallowed hard. I will gather a list of those scheduled today. He hesitated. But if she cloaks herself with the ancient wards, even I may not see her true form. Hermione finished the warding spells and rose. We cannot search blindly. We must find where she is hiding and how she breached the door's protections. She did not breach them, Price rasped from the cot. She awoke them. Hermione turned sharply. What do you mean? Wards sleep, the man whispered. buried deep, waiting for thoughts strong enough to stir them. Selwyn has spent years studying their breath, their rhythm. She speaks to them, feeds them her own purpose. Harry frowned. So the door is reacting to her intent? Yes, Price gasped. And to yours. The room grew still. Hermione felt a cold prickle down her spine. Ours? Your presence, Price said, forcing the words through trembling lips. The trio that once defied fate itself. The chamber senses you. It remembers echoes of the prophecies turning. You awaken its curiosity. Hermione swallowed. We didn't choose to be part of this. His reply was quiet and pained. Power rarely asks permission. A sharp crack echoed in the corridor outside, like a whip of magic striking stone. Harry snapped into readiness, wand raised. Someone's here. Beddington moved to the door. Stay back. He pushed it open slightly, peering into the dim hall. A shadow flickered across the far end. Ron whispered, "Is that?" The shadow returned, gliding silently, unnaturally. A hooded figure stepped into view, face hidden beneath a mask of polished black glass. The mask reflected the torchlight, giving no hint of the identity beneath. Beddington stiffened. That is no unspeakable I know. The masked figure lifted a wand, long, thin, carved with ancient runes. Hermione felt the air thrum. She's found us. The figure spoke, her voice cool and almost gentle. You cannot protect him. Harry stepped forward. Magdalena Selwyn. It ends tonight. The masked witch tilted her head. You stand between me and a power that predates your triumphs. Step aside, and perhaps the tide of fate will not sweep you away. Hermione raised her wand. You're playing with forces no wizard was meant to control. And yet, Selwyn replied softly, the door stirs for me. Without warning, she unleashed a surge of magic. The blast struck the wards, sending sparks across the floor. Hermione and Beddington braced the runes with counterspells. Ron shouted, "She's breaking through!" Selwyn's wand glowed. The air rippled. The wards bent like metal under strain. Hermione poured her strength into the barrier. We cannot fight her here. The magic is too unstable. Harry seized the moment. Then we draw her away. He leapt into the corridor, wand blazing. Selwyn turned toward him, her mask gleaming with cold triumph. Hermione's heart lurched. The witch who sought to open the forbidden door now stood face to face with the one wizard she needed to remove from her path, and the Department of Mysteries trembled around them, as though holding its breath for what would follow. Harry's boots struck the trembling stone as he strode into the corridor, wand raised, cloak sweeping behind him like a dark banner. The torches along the walls flickered wildly, their flames snapping sideways as if pushed by an unseen gale. Selwyn stood at the far end, still as a carved shadow, her mask gleaming with cold, mirrored light. She watched Harry with a poise that felt unnatural, as though she had been waiting for him alone. Hermione burst from the chamber behind him. Harry, be careful, she bends magic itself. But Selwyn moved first. With a sharp flick of her wand, she released a wave of silent force. The floor between them cracked open, stone splitting like ice beneath a hammer. Harry leapt aside just in time as jagged shards shot upward. Ron and Beddington scrambled from the chamber, shielding Price as best they could. Harry regained his footing. You won't get through us. Selwyn's head tilted, her masked gaze unreadable. I do not need to get through all of you. She lifted her wand slightly. Only him. Hermione stepped beside Harry, fury igniting in her voice. You will not touch him! The masked witch released a quiet laugh, soft, almost pitying. You cannot fathom the forces at play. The chamber behind the handleless door does not simply awaken. It chooses. It has chosen me. The chamber is a sealed relic, Beddington snapped. No mortal mind can command it. No mortal mind, Selwyn repeated lightly. Yet fate is not mortal. She swept her wand sideways. A shimmering arc of golden light slashed across the corridor. Harry countered, sending a burst of blue magic crashing against it. The spells collided with a sound like ringing metal, sparks scattering across the walls. Hermione seized the moment and fired a binding charm, but Selwyn dissolved it effortlessly into a swirl of shimmering dust. The dust drifted back toward Hermione, coiling with silent intent. Harry thrust out his wand and dispersed it with a gust of conjured wind. Ron yelled, "Enough of this!" He hurled himself forward, wand blazing. "Stupefy!" The spell shot straight and true, but never reached its target. Selwyn lifted her hand, not her wand, and the spell froze in midair, hanging like a crimson comet. With a small twist of her fingers, she sent it flying backward. Ron ducked, and the spell exploded against the wall with a flash that sent rubble tumbling. Hermione's breath caught. She's using the door's power. The magic is feeding her. Selwyn's voice floated through the dust. The chamber stirs when destiny gathers. It seeks the one who will open its truth. You children of prophecy bring your own echoes. You strengthen it without knowing. Harry advanced, steps slow and steady. We've seen power twist minds before. It ends the same way every time. "Do you think me deluded?" Selwyn murmured. "I saw what Lysandra Malfoy witnessed. The first breath of magic, the source from which all spells descend. I will not be denied." A tremor rolled through the corridor, deep and resonant. The golden light beneath the stones pulsed once, twice, like a heartbeat spreading outward from the sealed chamber far behind them. Hermione's stomach clenched. She's waking it further. If the surges reach the surface, "We won't let that happen," Harry said. His voice held the calm steadiness he had carried into battle years ago. Selwyn raised her wand again, and the very air thinned. Lines of shimmering energy threaded across the corridor like spider silk. They began to tighten, forming a web meant to ensnare the trio. Hermione recognized the spell instantly, an ancient binding charm meant for subduing magical beasts. She countered it with a sharp incantation, cutting several strands before they reached Harry. Ron broke the last few with a burst of raw force. Selwyn watched with quiet fascination. So much power, so much promise. The chamber remembers you, and so do the threads of fate that bind you. "We aren't here to play your riddles," Harry said, raising his wand. "Tell us how you breached the door." Selwyn's voice softened. "Breached? No. I merely coaxed it awake. I listened to its heartbeat until it remembered mine." "Magic does not have a heartbeat," Hermione said sharply. "Does it not?" Selwyn whispered. "Then why does the chamber pulse like a living thing?" Another tremor shook the floors. From deep within the department came a low, ancient groan, like the shifting of a giant creature in its sleep. Price's voice drifted weakly from the chamber behind them. "She is feeding it, with her will and yours." Hermione's chest tightened. "She's using us as anchors. If we keep fighting her here, we'll strengthen the link." Harry made a split-second decision. "Then we change the ground." Ron blinked. "Do what?" "Separate her from the door," Harry said. "Draw her toward the surface, away from its influence." Before Hermione could respond, Selwyn struck again. A swirling column of force tore through the corridor, collapsing part of the ceiling. Dust billowed. Stone fell in great chunks. Harry pulled Hermione close, shielding her as debris crashed around them. Ron rolled aside, narrowly escaping a falling beam. Selwyn advanced through the dust, her silhouette lit faintly by the crackling golden strands that coursed along the floor. There is no surface safe from what is awakening. Soon the chamber will open, and all will align as it was meant to. Harry stepped forward, wand raised, determination blazing. It will not open. Selwyn lifted her mask slightly, not enough to reveal her face, but enough to speak with chilling clarity. You fear what lies beyond, because you have lived by prophecy. I walk by choice. The chamber answers choice. A sudden pulse of golden light streaked down the corridor, and for a heartbeat, Hermione felt the world tilt. Time stretching, sound bending, the very air shimmering with threads of memory. She saw flashes, brief, disjointed, Harry standing beside her in another moment of battle, Ron shouting her name, the handleless door glowing like a dying star. Then the vision snapped. Selwyn's power surged once more. "We end this now!" Harry cried, raising his wand. Hermione and Ron moved in unison, forming a triangle of defense. Selwyn's masked face tilted as if in anticipation. Then, without warning, the stones beneath their feet split open in a perfect line, and a roar of wind burst upward, rushing toward the depths of the department. The handleless door had called again, and this time, its awakening shook the very foundations of the ministry itself. The roar from the depths rose like the breath of a slumbering titan, shaking dust from ceilings and sending thin cracks racing along the corridor walls. Hermione staggered as the floor pitched beneath her feet, the tremor rolling upward with unstoppable force. Harry caught her arm, steadying her just as another violent pulse surged through the stones. Ron shouted over the rising wind, "That's coming from the door. It's waking faster." Selwyn stood unmoving amid the chaos, her cloak whipping about her like dark wings. The golden veins of light shimmering beneath the stones converged toward her feet, gathering around her in spirals that pulsed to the rhythm of the distant door. Her voice, when it came, was soft, yet carried through the storm. "You feel it now," she said, "the first breath of creation, the heartbeat of magic before time was shaped. The door calls for one who understands its truth." Hermione rose, brushing rubble from her sleeve. "You do not understand it. No one does. The power behind that door is not a gift. It is a force that destroys whatever reaches for it." Selwyn tilted her masked head. "Yet you fear it only because you have known loss. But I have studied decades for this moment. I have followed Lysandra's writings. I have walked where her shadow walked. And soon, I shall cross where she could not." Another pulse surged through the corridor. The golden fissures along the floor flared brighter, weaving into a pattern that stretched toward Selwyn like a beckoning path. The vibrations deepened, resonating through the air like a great drum being struck in slow, powerful beats. Harry stepped forward. "If you open that door, everything in this place, perhaps everything beyond, could be torn apart." "A risk worth taking," Selwyn replied calmly. "I will not allow destiny to unfold without me." Hermione caught a flicker of movement behind Selwyn, shadows twisting, shifting. The unstable magic warped the air, bending light into unnatural shapes. The corridor itself seemed to ripple, as though the department were being peeled apart piece by piece. Hermione's voice trembled despite her resolve. "We must separate her from the door. Harry, Ron, if she reaches those depths again, we'll lose any chance of stopping her." Ron coughed, still catching his breath. "That means luring her somewhere she doesn't control." Harry nodded. "Somewhere with stable magic." But before they could act, Selwyn raised her wand and brought it down sharply. The stones beneath everyone's feet shuddered as if pulled by invisible chains. The corridor warped, stretching outward, not physically, but perceptually, growing longer, darker, its edges dissolving into shimmering unreality. Hermione felt the cold rush of temporal distortion sweep over her skin. This was no simple spell. The very air thickened, pieces of time shifting like loose fragments of glass suspended in water. She shouted, "Don't let her isolate us!" But the world was already peeling apart. Ron stumbled backward as the corridor twisted away from him, the stone bending like melted wax. Hermione lunged toward him, grabbed his wrist, and pulled him back just as the distortion swallowed the space where he had stood moments before. Harry threw a stabilizing charm across the corridor. Runes burst into place like glowing embers, holding the structure of the hall together for a heartbeat. But even that small effort caused the ward to flicker under Selwyn's growing influence. Selwyn advanced several steps, each one leaving a footprint of shimmering gold on the floor. "Do you see how easily the boundaries yield? The door's magic gathers at my call." Hermione raised her wand, fury lighting her eyes. "You are tearing the department apart." "It must be broken," Selwyn answered simply, "to reveal what lies beneath." Her next strike was silent, no light, no plume of fire, yet its force was immense. Hermione felt it like a hammer blow to her chest. She staggered, sliding across the trembling stones until Harry's protective charm caught her and softened her fall. Dust poured from the ceiling in thick clouds. Distant chambers groaned as their ancient foundations bent under the pressure of the awakening presence. Ron hurled a stunning charm. Selwyn deflected it with barely a motion, but it bought Harry a moment. "On my mark," he said under his breath. We pushed together. Hermione straightened, her breath ragged. "Her spellwork is feeding off the door. We must cut the connection." "Then aim for the source," Harry said. Hermione hesitated. "The linkage is in the golden channels along the floor. They're acting like conduits." "Then break them," Ron growled. As if hearing the plan, Selwyn snapped her wand toward the floor. The golden veins flared, pulsing with raw power. The entire corridor shook. A faint, mournful hum echoed like the cry of a distant choir. Selwyn raised her voice, triumphant. "The chamber awakens. You stand on the threshold of a new age." Hermione gathered her remaining strength and unleashed a severing charm. The silver arc cut cleanly through one of the golden veins. It sizzled, burst into sparks, and died. Instantly, the tremor faltered. Selwyn turned sharply. "Do not touch them." Ron grinned grimly. "Oh, she doesn't like that." Harry struck next, severing another vein. The light recoiled, dimming along the edges of the corridor. The pressure in the air eased slightly, just enough to breathe. Selwyn's composure cracked. "You meddle with forces beyond your reach." "Funny," Ron said. "That's what we thought about you." With a cry of fury, Selwyn drew on the door's magic. A roaring surge of golden fire burst from the cracking floor, swirling around her like a storm. Her mask gleamed in the heart of the brilliance, reflecting not torchlight now, but the living glow of ancient power. Hermione felt the pull again, the same haunting tug she had sensed before the door. A lure, a whisper, a promise of something vast and terrible. Selwyn lifted both hands, commanding the storm. "It chooses me." The golden fire erupted outward. Harry grabbed Hermione and Ron, pulling them behind a collapsing pillar. The blast tore through the corridor, splitting stone, warping time, shredding the air itself into vibrating layers. For a heartbeat, there was nothing but light. Then silence fell, thick and absolute. Hermione blinked through settling dust. The corridor was unrecognizable, and Selwyn was gone, not vanished by disapparition, nor felled by force. Gone, as if the very fabric of the department had swallowed her whole. Harry rose, wand in hand, wary. Did she escape? Hermione stared at the scorched golden scars along the floor. No, she whispered, dread curling in her chest. She was pulled somewhere. Ron looked around nervously. Pulled where? Hermione swallowed. She's gone back to the door. A muted glow pulsed faintly through the fractured stones beneath their feet, like veins of living fire running just below the surface. Hermione stepped forward, studying the scorched markings Selwyn had left behind. The golden channels trembled weakly now, drained by the force of her disappearance. Yet they still hummed softly, echoing the ancient heartbeat that resonated through the deepest halls of the department. Ron kicked at a loose fragment of stone. Brilliant. She's been swallowed by the same magic she's trying to unleash. What does that even mean? Is she alive? Dead? Halfway between? Hermione shook her head slowly. It means she has been drawn closer to the source. The door. It pulled her back. It wants her near. Harry lowered his wand, though the tension in his shoulders never eased. She said it chooses. It responded to her call. Now it's answering more strongly. A distant rumble rolled through the floor, deep and resonant, as though some colossal mechanism shifted far below. The torches flickered. Dust drifted in thin threads from the ceiling. Hermione looked toward the direction of the forbidden corridor, though stone walls hid it from sight. The door is fully waking, she whispered. We need to reach it before she does anything irreversible. But the whole place is falling apart, Ron muttered. How are we supposed to get there without the floor dropping out from under us? Harry glanced behind them at the ruined chamber door where Price lay recovering. First, we make sure Price and the others are safe. Then we move. Beddington emerged from the shadows of the half-collapsed corridor, pale but steady. The wards around the isolation chamber are still intact, he reported. Price is unconscious, but stable. Hermione offered a relieved breath. Good, he must survive long enough to tell us more. But Beddington did not look reassured. I fear his knowledge may bring us little comfort. Magdalena Selwyn was once the most brilliant researcher of her generation. If she has found a way to commune with the chamber, then she may already know more than any of us. A pulse, this time sharper, shook the floor beneath their feet. Harry looked toward the depths. There's no time left to wonder. We find her. We stop her. They moved swiftly. Corridors that had once been familiar now twisted subtly, as though bending around invisible currents. Some hallways stretched impossibly long only to snap back to their natural length, making Ron curse loudly each time the stone lurched beneath him. Arcane symbols etched into the walls blurred, shifted, and rearranged themselves like migrating stars. Hermione whispered, "The entire department is aligning around the door. It's becoming the center of everything." "Then we head for the center," Harry said. They reached the spinning circular chamber, except it no longer spun. The doors around the perimeter trembled with golden light, each one pulsing in slow, unnatural unison, as if answering a single unseen command. Hermione stepped inside cautiously. The air felt thicker here, heavy with the scent of lightning. Ron rubbed his arms. "Feels like walking into the belly of a dragon." Harry moved to the center and looked at Hermione. "Which corridor?" She closed her eyes, listening, not with her ears, but with her magic. A faint tug drew her toward the third passage, the one that led to the forbidden door. But the sensation was different this time, stronger, like a hand pulling her forward. She opened her eyes. That one. The door is calling. Ron groaned. I hate when doors start calling you. They entered the corridor. The air grew colder with each step, and the golden light that once traced gentle streaks along the stone now pulsed in jagged arcs, spidering across the walls like cracks in glass. Hermione slowed as the familiar dread settled in her stomach. At last, they reached the end of the hall. The door without a handle stood before them, but it no longer looked like a simple wooden barrier. A web of glowing fissures traced its surface, expanding outward like a vast living tree of light. The gentle pulse they had witnessed before was gone. In its place came a deep, resonant thrum, like the heartbeat of an ancient creature preparing to rise. Ron swallowed. It's different. Harry stepped closer. It's opening. Soon. Hermione felt a shiver run down her spine. Not yet. The magic is gathering, pulling inward. It's... A sudden scream tore through the corridor. Hermione spun in horror. A figure burst from the shadows beyond the door. Not from behind it, but from within the cracks of shimmering golden light. She tumbled onto the stone floor, gasping. Selwyn. Smoke rose from her robes. Her mask was cracked, revealing half her face, a pale, lined cheek, and a furious eye burning with unnatural golden fire. Hermione rushed forward, but stopped several paces away, wand ready. Selwyn, can you hear me? The witch rose slowly, unsteadily, as though gravity no longer agreed with her. She lifted her face toward the door, eyes wide with awe and terror. I saw it, she whispered. The beginning, the end, the place where magic breathes. Harry stepped forward. Selwyn, listen to me. Her head snapped toward him, and for a moment, Hermione saw something monstrous in her gaze, something not entirely human. You cannot stop what is woven into destiny, Selwyn said. The chamber answers now. It will open for the one who embraces its truth. Ron muttered under his breath. She's completely mad. But Hermione saw something else, something chilling. The golden glow beneath Selwyn's skin was spreading. Whatever she had touched behind the cracks, it was changing her. Selwyn lifted her wand with trembling fingers. It calls me, and it calls you. You, who twisted prophecy and remade fate. You, who the chamber remembers. Harry's jaw tightened. We're not stepping aside. Selwyn smiled faintly, almost tenderly. So be it. The golden cracks along the door blazed, and the corridor trembled as a massive surge of ancient power swept outward. Hermione braced herself as the magic washed over them, cold, immense, and filled with a voice older than spells. Selwyn stepped back toward the door, and the door began to open. The corridor shook as though a great beast stretched its limbs beneath the stone. Hermione felt the tremor run up her spine, rattling her teeth. The door, without a handle, shuddered, not violently, but with the steady, unstoppable certainty of something ancient remembering motion. Golden fissures widened, light spilling across the floor in thin rivers that wrapped around Selwyn's feet and crawled up her legs like living vines. Harry raised his wand. Selwyn, step away from it. She did not move. Her half-unmasked face glowed with feverish devotion, her eye fixed upon the widening seam in the wood. The magic curling around her pulsed in time with the door's thrum, binding her to its awakening as though she were part of its design. I cannot, she breathed. It has chosen. It will open for me, and for the boy who defied death. Ron muttered. She really needs to stop saying things like that. Hermione ignored him, her wand trembling slightly. Selwyn, listen. You saw something on the other side. something terrible. It burned you. It almost consumed you. "Because I was not ready," Selwyn whispered, her voice cracking with a strange mixture of reverence and terror. "But now the chamber prepares itself for all of us." A sharp groan split the air as the door widened by the width of 2 fingers. A dim gold luminescence spilled through the crack, not warm like sunlight, but cold, ancient, unsettling. Hermione felt the magic brush her skin, a whisper of something vast and immeasurable that seemed to recognize her in return. She gasped and stepped back. Harry reached her side instantly. "What is it?" "It touches the mind," she breathed. "Not like legilimency, more like a memory without form." Ron's eyes widened. "I think it touched me too. Felt like falling." The crack widened further, golden threads floating outward in delicate strands before dissolving into dust. The air grew thin, humming with tension. Hermione realized the chamber beyond the door was not simply opening. It was reaching. Selwyn lifted her arms. "Do you feel it? It seeks a vessel. One who can shape destiny rather than be shaped by it." "You're wrong," Hermione said sharply. "Magic shapes itself. You cannot command something older than spellcraft." Selwyn's laugh was a shiver of madness. "But you already have, all 3 of you. You broke a prophecy. You cast aside fate. The chamber knows you as well as it knows me." Harry pointed his wand directly at her. "Whatever it thinks it knows, you won't open that door." But Selwyn only smiled, and the golden glow beneath her skin brightened. "Then stop me." Before Harry could cast, she thrust her wand downward. A blast of roaring gold erupted at her feet, expanding outward in a spiraling wave. The shock hurled Harry, Hermione, and Ron backward. Hermione slammed into the wall, pain lancing down her arm. Dust filled the air. When the smoke cleared, Selwyn stood directly before the door. Hermione scrambled to her feet. "Harry, Ron, we must stop her now." Ron was already rising, furious and grim. "I'm done letting her throw us around." Harry's gaze flickered to the widening crack. "Hermione, what happens if it opens fully?" "I don't know," she said honestly. "But the department might not survive it. Neither might we." Ron straightened his cloak. "Then we stop the door first. She's drawing power from it. Cut the link. Weaken her." Hermione nodded. "Then aim for the fissures." They moved together. Harry fired the first spell, a sharp blast of raw force that struck the largest crack and sent a shockwave of light rippling across the door. The golden fissures trembled, flickering. Selwyn whirled. "Do not touch it." Hermione followed with a severing charm that sliced across another glowing vein. The magic dimmed where the cut landed. Ron added a concussive burst that shook the entire surface. The door groaned, its thrum faltering. Selwyn screamed, not in pain, but in fury. "You children of broken prophecy, you will not steal this moment from me." She raised both arms. The golden channels beneath the floor blazed to life once more, sending jagged light shooting upward like towering roots. The beams converged at the door's center and at Selwyn herself. Hermione saw the truth in an instant. "She's binding herself to the door." Harry's expression hardened. "Then we break the binding," Ron muttered. "Much easier said than..." Before he finished, Selwyn unleashed a torrent of golden flame. It surged down the corridor like a living serpent, twisting and snapping with terrible speed. Harry grabbed Hermione's arm, pulling her behind a protective shield. Ron dove behind a fallen slab of stone. The flames struck the shield with the force of a battering ram. Hermione gritted her teeth, reinforcing Harry's spell. The flames hissed and clawed, but slowly, The shield held. Selwyn advanced, her wand blazing. Fate bends around this moment. You cannot hold back the rising tide. Hermione shouted over the roar. Harry, the shield won't last. We must sever her link. Harry nodded once. On 3. Ron resurfaced from behind the stone, wand alight. Make it quick. She's starting to look like she swallowed a star. Now! Harry shouted. Hermione dropped the shield at the exact moment Harry and Ron fired in unison. Their spells struck the golden channels at the floor, sending shockwaves of raw magic through the cracks. Hermione added her own spell, a powerful rupturing charm meant for breaking enchantments. The golden conduits shuddered violently. Selwyn staggered. The fissures dimmed. A loud crack echoed through the corridor. The magic binding Selwyn to the door snapped like a rope under too much strain. No! She shrieked. Her voice broke with raw desperation. It was mine. It was meant for me. She lunged toward the door, but the door resisted. The cracks in its surface trembled like the surface of struck water. Then the light burst outward, a shockwave that hurled her backward. Selwyn hit the ground hard. The golden glow beneath her skin flickered like a dying ember. Hermione raised her wand. Harry and Ron did the same. But Selwyn only stared at the door, her voice breaking into a whisper. Please, I saw it. I touched the first breath. It must open. The door groaned in reply, long, deep, and echoing. Then, slowly, impossibly, the fissures began to widen again. The trio froze. Ron whispered, She's not doing that. Is she? No, Hermione murmured, horror dawning. The door is opening on its own. A terrible stillness settled over the corridor, so profound that even the drifting dust seemed to pause. Hermione felt the silence press against her ears, heavy and suffocating, as the door without a handle shuddered once more. The golden cracks along its surface expanded with agonizing slowness, spreading outward like the unfurling of ancient wings. But this time, it was not Selwyn's power drawing them wider. The door itself was awakening. Harry stepped forward, breath shallow. Hermione, what is happening? I don't know, she whispered, though dread coiled cold and certain in her chest. But the force behind that door is no longer reacting to us, or to Selwyn. It is choosing to open. Ron's voice came hoarse and low. For what reason? Hermione swallowed hard. Because something has stirred, something old enough to answer no command but its own. The crack widened with a low, resonating groan. A soft beam of golden light spilled through the growing gap, casting long shadows across the trembling stones. The light did not warm the air. Instead, it cooled it, sharp, clean, like the first breath of winter after a lingering autumn. Selwyn pulled herself upright, trembling violently. Her mask had fallen to the ground, shattered into 3 pieces. Her newly revealed face was pale, lined with exhaustion, yet her eyes burned with a wild, worshipful devotion. It hears me, she whispered. It knows I have come. The chamber awakens to its rightful heir. Hermione stared at her. You are no heir. You are a woman driven mad by secrets you were never meant to uncover. Selwyn's smile cracked, too wide, too brittle. Perhaps, yet I saw what lies beyond the door. A world unbroken by time, a place where magic lives before wizards learn to wield it. You saw a fragment, Hermione snapped. A glimpse meant to confuse you, not to welcome you. Selwyn laughed, a broken laugh, thin and trembling. It showed me the first moment, the breath before creation shapes itself. I saw. Her voice faded into a whisper of awe. Hermione turned to Harry. We cannot let the door open fully. If that chamber is forming a bridge with our world, it will tear everything apart. Harry finished. Another deep shudder rippled through the corridor. A gust of wind burst from the widening crack, not warm or cold, but empty, as though drawn from a void that held neither breath nor life. The force staggered them backward. Hermione raised her wand to cast a sealing charm, but the moment the spell left her lips, it dissolved in the air with a soft, pitiless hiss. Ron cursed. Magic doesn't even work near it now. Hermione tried another spell, stronger, ancient, one she had learned from the restricted section years before, for emergencies only. It, too, vanished before it reached the door. Harry clenched his jaw. It's pushing our magic away, like it's stripping the air clean. Selwyn stepped forward, arms trembling with effort. That is because the magic of this world bends before the chamber's truth. Stand back. It will not harm me. She took another step, and the golden fissures along the floor flared, sending a whipping arc of light across her body. Selwyn was thrown off her feet, striking the stone with a hard, sickening thud. Ron let out a low whistle. It doesn't seem very fond of her either. Selwyn's voice was little more than a rasp. It tests me, as it did Lysandra. Hermione froze. Lysandra Malfoy died after she touched the door, she whispered. Her mind shattered. The chamber destroyed her because she reached without understanding. Selwyn focused on Hermione through dazed eyes. But I will succeed where she failed. Hermione shook her head, her voice trembling. No, you are repeating her fate. The chamber will break you. A sudden shift in the air made them all turn back toward the door. The seam had widened enough now to reveal a sliver of the world beyond. Not a room, not a place. A swirling expanse of shifting gold and pale white, twisting in vast currents like the memory of a sky long forgotten. It pulsed and rolled in great waves that did not obey wind or gravity. It was neither fire nor water, neither cloud nor light. It was something older, a force before names, before spells, before wands. Hermione felt fear coil through her gut. Ron whispered, Is that magic?" Harry shook his head slowly. "No, that's something magic comes from." Hermione forced breath into her lungs. "We cannot let it cross into our world. If that force pours through the door, the foundation of every spell, every law of magic, could shift. We might not survive the change." The swirling golden expanse brightened, and a faint echo drifted out, a whisper without voice, a soundless call that tugged at their bones. Selwyn struggled to her knees, her voice breaking. "Do you hear it? It speaks. It speaks to those who seek truth." Hermione raised her wand again, though her hand shook. "Do not go near it." But Selwyn pushed herself upright, swaying with every breath. "It must choose. It must see me fully." Harry moved to block her path. Ron mirrored him, but Selwyn did not raise her wand. Instead, she lifted her hands, empty, trembling, and took one step toward the door. Golden currents lashed out instantly. They wrapped around her wrists and arms, spiraling up her neck like luminous serpents. Selwyn gasped, not in pain, but in rapture. "Yes, yes. Show me." Hermione felt the blood drain from her face. "It's judging her." Harry's jaw tightened. "And what happens when the door finishes judging?" Selwyn's eyes widened suddenly with terror. "Wait, no. I understand now. I submit. Her voice was silenced. The golden currents surged. Selwyn screamed as she was lifted from the floor, suspended in a cage of twisting light. The chamber beyond roared, not loud, but deeper than sound, and the light around her intensified until her form blurred. Hermione reached forward instinctively. "We must stop it. It will kill her." Harry grabbed her arm. "Hermione, we can't get near it. It will take us too. Selwyn's scream reached its peak, and then fell silent. The golden currents released her. Her body crumpled to the floor. The corridor went utterly still, save for the quiet hum of the door continuing to open. A thin wisp of golden light drifted from Selwyn's chest, dissolving into the air like a fading sigh. Ron whispered, "Is she?" Hermione knelt beside her, placed a shaking hand near her throat, then closed her eyes. "Yes, she's gone." Harry stared at the widening door, his voice low. "Then the chamber has no master." Hermione rose slowly. "No, it never wanted one." The golden seam widened further. The light grew brighter. The air thinned, and the ancient force behind the door reached once more toward the world beyond. Unbidden, unstoppable, awakening fully at last. A deep tremor rolled through the corridor, stronger than any before, as if the earth itself recoiled from the awakening force behind the widening door. Hermione braced herself against the quivering wall. Fine cracks rippled outward like frost across a window pane. Ron clung to a jut of stone to keep from slipping. Harry planted his feet firmly, wand raised, though he knew it would avail him little against what stirred beyond the threshold. The seam in the door stretched wider, slow and relentless. With each heartbeat, more of the swirling golden expanse came into view, a vast, shifting canvas of primordial magic that defied shape or form. It churned in silent turbulence, great currents folding into one another like living storms. Light moved like molten river water. The colors, though faintly gold, shimmered with impossible hues that did not belong to the mortal world. Hermione whispered, "It's not a room at all. It's a realm." Ron swallowed. "A realm of what?" "A realm before," Hermione breathed. "Before time, before wandcraft, before even the laws of magic settled into their forms." The golden light pulsed, answering her words with a soft, resonant thrum that made the torches flicker. The sound, or the feeling of sound, gnawed at Hermione's thoughts. Not intrusive, not violent, merely curious, a vast, wordless question. Harry's jaw tightened. "It's aware of us." Ron took a step back. "Brilliant. A door with a mind of its own, just what we needed." But Hermione shook her head. "It is not conscious the way we understand. It is something older, something that shapes rather than thinks." Harry pointed at the widening gap. "If it crosses into our world, we might not survive what it reshapes us into." The golden currents surged again, the light brightening until the stone beneath their feet glowed faintly. Hermione felt the pull, not toward the chamber, but inside her own magic. Her spells, her memories, the threads of her very self seemed stirred by invisible fingers. Ron exhaled sharply. "Hermione, I think it's trying to read me." Harry felt it too, the soft brush of something impossibly old, like the weight of distant starlight pressing gently against the edges of his thoughts. "It's not attacking," he murmured, "but it's reaching." Hermione nodded. "And if it reaches too far, we may not come back from what it finds." A gust of air burst from the widening seam, swirling dust and debris outward. Something shimmered within the golden current, shapes forming within the light. Hermione's heart lurched as the shapes clarified into vague silhouettes, tall and indistinct, rippling like reflections on a disturbed pond. She whispered, "Those aren't real." Harry narrowed his eyes. "Then what are they?" "Echoes," Hermione said. "Impressions left by the magic that has touched countless lives. They are not memories, not ours, but shadows of the forces that shaped the world." The silhouettes flickered again, some stretching like wings, others bending like ancient trees swaying in a wind they alone could feel. The The light pulsed in rhythm, as though breathing. Ron took another step back. "All right, Hermione. Any chance you've got a spell to shut this thing again? Preferably before the echoes start noticing us?" But Hermione did not answer immediately. Her eyes were fixed on the golden fissures. Every sealing charm she knew required stable magic, laws, boundaries, defined energies. Here, where the air was thick with preformed power, the structure of spellwork crumbled like dry leaves. "I don't know how to close it," she whispered. The words tasted of fear. Harry turned sharply. "There must be something." "That chamber is older than spellcraft," she said. "Older than the enchantments placed upon the door. Whatever held it closed before was not ours." Ron frowned. "Then what closed it?" Hermione swallowed. "Something ancient, a boundary set by the earliest wizards, or by magic itself." Another pulse rolled through the golden realm, the crack widening further. A torrent of cold air swept past them, this time carrying a faint whisper. No words, no language, but a sensation of beckoning. Harry shook his head violently. "No, we're not going through that door." Ron agreed wholeheartedly. "I'm with Harry. Any realm that tries to tug us inside like a fishing line is not a realm I want to visit." Hermione forced herself to think. Clearly, logically, despite the impossible magnitude of the force before them. "We must restore the wards," she said finally. "The ancient wards that bound the door shut. If we can find the source of those protections, where they were anchored, we might reawaken them." Harry nodded. "Where would that be?" "The Hall of Runes," she said. "Deep beneath the thought chamber. It's where the department's earliest protections were etched. If any place holds a tether to the door's original seals, it will be there." Ron groaned. Another forbidden hall, of course. But Harry didn't hesitate. "Then we go. Now." Hermione looked at the widening gap. "We cannot leave it like this." Ron pointed a trembling finger at the golden expanse. "We also cannot stay here unless we want to be turned into, well, whatever that is." Harry put a steady hand on Hermione's shoulder. "We'll be faster together. We'll come back. But if we stay here too long, it might pull us in." Hermione forced herself to turn her back on the door. The pull of that ancient force tugged at her thoughts even as she stepped away. She resisted it with every fiber of her being. "Very well," she said. "To the Hall of Runes." They began to retreat, carefully, each step chosen with wary precision. But as they turned the corner of the corridor, a deep echo rumbled behind them, followed by a faint rush of wind. Hermione froze. A soft, low whisper drifted through the stones. Not Selwyn's voice, not anything human, but something vast and shapeless. Harry whispered, "Don't look back." Ron muttered shakily, wasn't planning to. But Hermione did look back, and for a moment she saw a silhouette within the light, something tall, fluid, and moving with the slow certainty of a rising dawn. It turned toward her, though it had no face. The golden light flickered. The hum deepened. The door continued to open. And Hermione ran. The corridors of the department twisted around them like a labyrinth caught in a dream. Walls flickered. Floors seemed to lift and settle like the shifting deck of a ship, and runes glowed faintly beneath layers of dust, long undisturbed. Hermione led the way, wand raised, her breath steady despite the terror clawing within her. Behind them, the thrum of the awakening chamber pulsed through the stone like a heartbeat they could never outrun. Harry kept pace beside her. "How far is the Hall of Runes?" Hermione's voice was strained but certain. "Deeper. It lies beneath the thought chamber, connected to the original enchantments woven when the department was first formed." It is the foundation of all its protections. Ron stumbled over an uneven tile that rippled like water. And you think the key to sealing a doorway to the beginning of creation is just lying around down there? Hermione gave him a tight, grim look. I think it is the only place old enough to understand what we're facing. A tremor rippled through the hall, sending a cascade of dust from the ceiling. The torches guttered, flared, and then dimmed to pale wicks, as though the light itself was being drawn toward the forbidden corridor behind them. Harry glanced back. It's spreading. We need to move faster. They pressed on. Staircases bent subtly beneath their weight, and whispers like shifting thoughts drifted from behind certain doors. Twice they passed rooms Hermione remembered from their school years, though strangely warped now, as if time itself wavered around them. At last, they reached a stone archway, half collapsed from years, or perhaps centuries, of neglect. The runes carved along its border flickered faintly, responding to Hermione's presence with a hum that resonated deep within her bones. Ron peered inside. This is it? The chamber within was vast, circular, and dim. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of runes spiraled along the walls and across the floor, carved into the stone in intricate patterns. Some glowed softly, others lay dark, their enchantments dormant. The Hall of Runes, the oldest room in the Department of Mysteries. Hermione stepped across the threshold with reverence and fear. The air was thick here, heavy with the weight of ancient spellcraft. Harry moved beside her. Tell us what to do. Hermione knelt beside one of the glowing sigils, running her fingers lightly above it. These marks once bound the great forces contained in the department. They connected every chamber, every barrier, including the seal on the door. Another tremor shook the chamber. A faint crack split one of the runes. Hermione gasped. The door's awakening is unraveling the very foundation of the seals. If too many collapse. Ron paled. Then the whole department breaks open like an egg. Not only the department, Hermione whispered. Magic itself might warp where the boundaries fail. She rose quickly. We must stabilize the matrix. Look, this central sigil here anchors the seal. If we can restore it, the chain of protections might reawaken. It could close the door. Harry gestured to the runic circle. How do we restore it? Hermione stared at the faded rune. Unlike the others, it held no glow at all. Only a faint carved outline worn by countless years. It requires power, not spell power, intent, unity of purpose. Ron blinked. Unity of what now? Hermione gave him a small, tired smile. Runes that anchor ancient wards draw strength from shared magic. 3 witches or wizards working as one can shape the sigil's form and revive it. Harry nodded immediately. Then we do it. Ron approached hesitantly. And if we're not good enough? Hermione met his gaze with warmth. The 3 of us broke through seals Voldemort himself could not shatter. We stood together in places darker than this. We can do this. Ron squared his shoulders. Right then. Let's save magic. They positioned themselves around the central rune, Hermione at the front, Harry and Ron forming a triangle. The sigil beneath them was faint, nearly erased by time. Hermione lowered her wand. Follow my lead. Let the spell rise in your mind before you speak it. We must cast it together, or the sigil will reject us. Harry and Ron nodded. Hermione inhaled deeply. Their wands moved in synchronized arcs as Hermione whispered, Restituere vinculum. Harry and Ron echoed the words. The rune flickered weakly. Hermione's voice strengthened. Relevar magiam, revocar sigillum. Again, Harry and Ron followed. The rune glowed faintly, then dimmed. Ron muttered, "It's not working." "No," Hermione said. "Not with just the spell. We must offer intent, purpose. The ward binds to what we mean, not only to what we say." Another tremor rolled through the hall, shaking dust from the ceiling and sending cracks racing across several dark runes. Harry steadied himself. "Hermione, tell us what to focus on." "What brought us here?" she said. "Not the fear of what waits behind the door, but the desire to protect the world beyond it." Ron exhaled. "A reason to fight." "Yes," Hermione breathed. "Focus on why we stand together." She closed her eyes. She pictured Hogwarts, the castle whole, the great hall lit with countless candles. She pictured the burrow, warm and safe. She pictured the world beyond these walls, brimming with people who would never know how close they came to ruin. She felt Harry and Ron beside her, two threads woven into the same tapestry. The rune at their feet glowed brighter. Hermione lifted her wand, voice firm. "Restituere vinculum!" Harry and Ron joined her, pouring their magic into the sigil. Light blossomed through the stone. The central rune blazed to life, sending a ripple of golden sparks racing outward. One by one, runes along the walls ignited like lanterns in a long-forgotten street. They pulsed with new energy, the ancient protection stirring. Hermione's breath caught. "It's working." But suddenly, one of the darkened runes cracked, splitting with a sharp sound. The ripple of light faltered. Several runes flickered violently. Ron stumbled. "What's happening?" Hermione's expression tightened with fear. "The door fights back. It senses the sealing attempt." Harry gritted his teeth. "Then we push harder." They raised their wands once more. A surge of force burst from the sigil. Light flooded the room, dazzling and fierce. The runes blazed in a great spiral of power, weaving a lattice of magic through the air. Hermione felt the connection, the ancient wards stirring, rebinding, awakening in response to their unity. The ground steadied, the air strengthened, and for a moment, the chamber felt whole again. But then, a deep roar echoed through the department, distant but unmistakable. The ward light flickered. Hermione staggered. "The door! It's resisting more strongly than I feared." Harry steadied her. "Did we do enough?" She listened. Beneath the stone, beneath the runes, beneath the foundations of the ministry itself. The ancient chamber answered with a long, resounding thrum that set the very air quivering. Hermione's heart sank. "No," she whispered. "The door is not sealed." Ron's voice shook. "Then what did we do?" Hermione looked toward the trembling corridor beyond. "We made it notice us." The Hall of Runes shook as if a giant hand pressed upon it from above. Dust streamed from the ceiling in thin, pale curtains. The runes that moments before had burned bright with restored power now flickered like candles struggling against a rising wind. Hermione felt the ancient protections tremble, alive, but afraid. Harry steadied her as another tremor rippled through the chamber. "If the door noticed us," he said, "what does that mean?" Hermione pressed a trembling hand to her chest, willing her breath to steady. "It means the chamber beyond the door felt our attempt to bind it. It understands we seek to contain it, and it is answering." Ron let out a breathless, humorless laugh. "You say answering, as if it's writing us a polite letter." But Hermione couldn't smile. "No, Ron. It responds like a storm does when someone tries to command its winds." A distant groan rolled through the stone beneath their feet, deep, ancient. The floor pulsed once, twice, as though echoing a heartbeat not of flesh, but of primordial energy. Hermione's skin prickled. Harry's fingers tightened around his wand. Ron swallowed. That wasn't just tremors. That was something moving. Hermione gave a solemn nod. The chamber itself shifts when its boundaries weaken. If it pulls any further into our world, magic as we know it could unravel. Harry lifted his gaze. Then we've only one choice. We go back to the door. Ron sputtered. Back? After all that effort to seal the thing? No seal will hold unless we anchor it directly, Hermione said. The runes are awake now, but they need a final connection, a counterforce strong enough to push the chamber back into place. Ron rubbed his face. Hermione, I appreciate the explanation, but perhaps you've forgotten a small detail. That thing behind the door tried to swallow Selwyn whole. Harry's voice was low, steady. We'll face it together. Hermione met their eyes. We always have. They turned toward the exit, but as they stepped through the archway, the corridor beyond twisted before their eyes. The stone rippled, walls shifting like the belly of some restless beast. Door frames elongated and shrank again. Shadows grew long and slipped across the floors like reaching hands. Hermione raised her wand. Stay close. The chamber's influence is leaking through the department. The deeper the door opens, the more the entire structure bends around it. Ron stuck so near Harry, he nearly stepped on his heels. I hate this place. I hated it when we were kids, and I hate it more now. As they followed the trembling passageway, the torches lining the walls dimmed to faint embers. A pale golden glow began to take their place, not cast by flame, but by the very stone itself. It pulsed faintly in rhythm with the heartbeat from the depths below. Hermione felt something tug at her thoughts, not violently, but firmly, like a hand guiding her toward some distant horizon. She shook the sensation off, though it returned with each step. Harry noticed her stiffening. Hermione? It's trying to speak, she said quietly. Trying to draw us in, Ron replied with a shudder. Well, it can keep its thoughts to itself. But the tug grew stronger as they neared the central corridor. They moved like swimmers wading through a current pulling against them. The further they went, the more the air hummed, vibrating with an unspoken question, one Hermione felt in her bones. Why do you resist? She whispered under her breath. Because the world beyond this place must endure. They reached the spinning circular chamber, except it no longer spun. The room stood still, frozen mid-turn, as though time had faltered. Doors that once aligned perfectly now sat unevenly. Some stretched tall and narrow, others compressed like crushed parchment. Golden cracks feathered along the edges of the room. Harry turned slowly. The distortion has reached here, Ron grimaced. That means the door can't be far behind. No sooner had he spoken than a deep, resonant thud shook the chamber. A gust of cold, empty air swept through the hall. Hermione felt the tug again, stronger, urgent. They stepped into the corridor leading to the forbidden door, and the world changed. The walls seemed to dissolve into shifting light, faint and translucent. Runes flickered in and out of existence like passing thoughts. Hermione felt her heartbeat sink, unwillingly, with the steady thrum coming from the end of the passage. Harry's grip tightened. Keep moving. They advanced cautiously. The air shimmered around them, folding and unfolding like pages of a book too old to hold its shape. At times, the corridor stretched impossibly far ahead. Other times, it closed in sharply, forcing them through narrow bends. Ron muttered, "If this keeps up, I'll be sick before magic unravels." But Hermione barely heard him. For ahead, the golden light grew brighter. They rounded the final bend, and there it was, the door without a handle. But now, it was no longer a door. The wooden surface had pulled apart along its glowing fissures, separating into two vast halves that curved back like the petals of a blooming flower. Beyond them lay the swirling golden realm, no longer confined, no longer distant. The chamber had crossed its threshold. Its light spilled into the corridor in great waves, washing across the floor and walls. The stone responded, glowing faintly as though the ancient realm beneath magic's foundations whispered its way into the mortal world. Hermione felt her breath leave her. Ron's voice trembled. "It's beautiful. Beautiful and deadly," Hermione said softly. Harry stared into the vast, shifting expanse. "We need to push it back. Tell us how." Hermione tore her gaze from the blazing horizon. "The seal must be placed at the boundary, right where the door once stood. The runes we awakened will answer if we channel their force into one final binding." Ron glanced at the impossible light. "Right there? On the edge of magic itself?" "Yes," Hermione breathed, "before the chamber expands any further." Harry nodded. "Then that's where we stand." They stepped forward, slow, deliberate, approaching the threshold where golden light met the mortal stone. The air grew dense, heavy, vibrating with ancient energy. Hermione lifted her wand. "On my count." But before she could speak, a shadow formed within the golden realm, a silhouette, tall, shifting, walking toward them. Ron stumbled back. No, tell me that's not another echo." Hermione's voice died in her throat. Harry raised his wand, jaw tight. The figure stepped closer, its form wavering like a reflection on rippling water. It grew clearer as it approached the threshold, closer, until Hermione saw its shape, broad-shouldered and unmistakably human. The chamber was forming something. No, summoning. The figure stepped fully into view, and Hermione felt the world tilt, for the face that took shape from the golden currents was not a stranger's. It was someone they had known, someone long gone, someone whose memory could stir terror even now. Hermione's breath trembled as she whispered the name, and the chamber answered with light. The figure stepped from the swirling gold, as though carved from the breath of the ancient realm itself. The golden currents peeled away from his form, like mist shivering from a rising sun. He stood tall, composed, and dreadfully familiar, broad-shouldered, pale-faced, dark-haired, and bearing the unbroken poise of a man who had once commanded terror with a whisper. Hermione felt ice seize her lungs. Ron's wand clattered against the floor. And Harry did not breathe, for the face that formed from the flickering golden currents was that of Severus Snape. Not the older man who had died in the shrieking shack, not the gaunt, hollow-eyed spy worn thin by years of war. This was Snape as he might have been in his prime, still sharp and unburdened by grief. A ghost not of death, but of memory. Yet his eyes, those deep, obsidian eyes, glimmered not with life, but with endless, shifting light, as though unfathomable currents moved behind them. Ron whispered, his voice shaking, That's not him. It can't be him." "No," Hermione said softly, wand trembling in her grasp. "It is not Severus Snape. It is something shaped from the chamber's magic. An echo. A construct made from fragments of what the world remembers of him." Harry swallowed hard. Then why him? But Hermione's mind raced. The chamber draws from intent, from memory, from the deepest threads of magic that bind us. Snape stands in our story as a guardian of fate, a keeper of truths hidden beneath layers of shadow. The construct Snape stepped onto the mortal stone. His boots did not quite touch the ground. They hovered an inch above it, as though he existed only partly in their world. Golden wisps coiled around his cloak, fluttering like ghostly wings. When he spoke, his voice echoed faintly, as though whispered by the chamber itself. "You meddle where you do not belong." Ron stumbled backward. "Still sounds like him." Hermione's heart thundered. "It's not him. Do not treat it as him." The construct tilted its head, regarding Hermione with that familiar, piercing disapproval. "You seek to seal the door," it said. "A futile labor." Harry stepped forward, wand raised. "If you're an echo of him, then you know he protected this world more than most. Stand aside." The construct regarded Harry with unreadable depth. "I am not the man you knew. I am shaped from the threads of magic you three carry. Your fears, your memories, your beliefs about him. I am the chamber's answer to your resistance, a guardian." Ron groaned. "Brilliant. The one teacher who hated us is now magic's own bodyguard." The construct raised a hand. Golden currents rippled outward. Harry's shield flared instinctively, but the wave of ancient magic bent around it as though the shield were made of smoke. It swept through them, not harming, but weighing, judging. Hermione staggered but held firm. "It's assessing us again, testing our resolve." The construct took another step forward. The golden light thickened around him, warping the edges of the corridor. Behind him, the swirling realm pulsed more vigorously, eager, restless. "You three altered destiny once," the echo said. "The chamber remembers such defiance. But those who reshape fate must be measured in turn." Ron gripped his wand tighter. "We didn't come here to be measured," Hermione answered. "We came here to protect our world." The construct Snape paused. A flicker of something, recognition, disappointment, crossed his impossible features. "Then seal the door," he said, "if you can." Hermione stiffened. "You will allow it?" The construct tilted its head again. "I will test it." He lifted his wand, Snape's wand, flawlessly shaped from the chamber's memory. A beam of raw gold arced downward, carving a narrow trench of shimmering light between the trio and the threshold. A boundary, a challenge. Hermione understood instantly. He blocks the threshold. He means to duel us, test our unity, our intent. If we fail, the door will open fully. Ron blanched. "We're dueling a magical impression of the most terrifying professor who ever lived." Harry lifted his wand. "Then we do what we always do." Hermione nodded. "We stand together." The construct struck first. Golden fire burst from his wand, silent and swift. Harry deflected it, his arm buckling under the force. Ron countered with a jolt of pressure that rippled through the air, slowing the blaze. Hermione wrapped the slowed fire in a containment charm and dissolved it. The chamber hummed approvingly. The test had begun. The construct moved with inhuman grace, each spell a perfect blend of elegance and devastation. No wasted motion, no hesitation. Echoing the Snape they remembered, yet fueled by an ancient force far beyond any wizard's reach. "Focus on the boundary," Hermione cried. "We must anchor the seal." She thrust her wand toward the glowing trench of golden light the construct had carved. The runes they awakened answered, flaring faintly beneath her feet. But the echo Snape swept his wand in a sharp flourish, conjuring a wall of shimmering force that forced Hermione backward. Ron stepped in front of her. "Oh, no, you don't. Protego Maxima." The barrier flared. The construct's spell crashed against it like a wave striking a cliff. Harry darted to Hermione's side. "The seal. How do we activate it?" Hermione raised her wand, breath ragged. "The runes will bind to the boundary if we charge it with shared will. Hold them off just a moment longer." But the construct was already upon them again, his spells swirling like golden serpents. Harry intercepted one, redirecting it into the swirling void behind the door. Ron shattered another with a burst of force that cracked the stone. Hermione touched her wand to the shimmering trench. Ancient runes on the corridor walls flared, golden threads weaving toward her like strands of molten silk. She began the incantation. Sigillum Antiquitatis Reverencier. Light rose from the boundary. The construct sensed it instantly. "No," it intoned. "Not yet. Prove you are worthy." It lifted both hands. Golden tendrils burst from the chamber, spiraling toward Harry, Hermione, and Ron like celestial chains. Harry shouted, "Break them!" But before the tendrils could strike, Hermione felt something deep within her stir. Not fear, not weakness, resolve. She grasped the tendrils of ancient magic, not to deflect them, but to anchor them, to bind them. The magic shivered, paused, then wrapped around her wand like threads seeking a loom. "Hermione!" Ron cried, but she did not falter. Harry seized her shoulder, adding his own strength. Ron joined them, their magic weaving together. A burst of pure white gold light erupted from their joined wills. The chamber roared, the construct staggered backward, and the boundary seal flared to life. A blazing ring of ancient magic rose between the broken door and the mortal world, its runes blazing like stars. Hermione cried the final words, "Claudere non antiquitas." The seal ignited. The golden realm recoiled like a creature struck. The swirling expanse folded inward, drawn back toward its origin. The halves of the broken door shuddered violently, fighting the pull. The construct Snape raised his gaze, not hateful, but proud in some distant, unreadable way. "You have chosen well," he whispered. His form flickered and dissolved into golden dust. The chamber screamed. Light collapsed inward. The door snapped shut. The runes blazed brilliantly, and then the corridor fell silent. Hermione collapsed to her knees. Harry caught her before she struck the stone. Ron staggered beside them, chest heaving. "It's shut," Harry breathed. Hermione nodded weakly. "For now, perhaps for centuries more." Ron flopped onto the floor. "Good. Let someone else handle it next time." Hermione managed a tired laugh. "I doubt anyone will wish to." The golden glow faded from the stones. The hum quieted. The ancient force beyond the door retreated into slumber once more. And in the stillness that followed, the trio stood together, exhausted, shaken, and alive, guardians of a world that would never know how close it had come to them.